Please be seated. Thank you. So I'm calling to order the 15th meeting of Municipal Council. I'm going to start by reading a land acknowledgement. We acknowledge that we are gathered here today on the traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, Lenni-Pequot, and Attawandaron. We honor and respect the history, languages, and culture of the diverse Indigenous people who call this territory home. We acknowledge all of the treaties that are specific to this area: the Two-Row Wampum Belt Treaty of the Haudenosaunee Confederacy Silver Covenant Chain, the Beaver Hunting Grounds Treaty of the Haudenosaunee-Nanfan Treaty of 1701, the McKee Treaty of 1790, the Lennon Township Treaty of 1796, the Huron Tract Treaty of 1827 with the Anishinaabe, and the Dish with One Spoon Covenant Wampum of the Anishinaabe and Haudenosaunee. The three Indigenous nations that are our neighbors to London are the Chippewas of the Thames First Nation, Oneida Nation of the Thames, and the Munsee Delaware Nation, who all continue to live as sovereign nations with individual and unique languages, customs, and cultures. I also want to mention that the City of London is committed to making every effort to provide alternate formats and communication supports for meetings upon request. To make a request specific to this meeting, you can contact councilagenda@london.ca or 519-661-2489, extension 2425. It's now my pleasure to welcome our O Canada singer. Jay started playing guitar when he was 8 years old. He learned a bunch of songs back home in India and started singing and playing at the same time. His music tastes range from pop, R&B to hip hop. Jay draws inspiration from artists like Jeremy Zucker, The Lumineers, Taylor Swift, Ed Sheeran. Just watched a movie with him in it. Daniel Caesar and H.E.R. Jay got into songwriting at the age of 12 and completely fell in love with an art that tells people stories and makes them relate to it in the best way. Please join me in welcoming Jay, who will now perform the national anthem for us. Come on up, Jay. And he's got someone with him to play guitar, so it's a nice duet today.
Hello. Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, I stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, I stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, I stand on guard for thee.
I'll now move to disclosures of pecuniary interest from colleagues. If you have any disclosures, now is the time to note them. Okay, seeing none, recognitions. I'm going to move to the podium to do recognitions of City of London employees who've achieved 25 years of service during 2023. So today we're recognizing City of London employees who reached 25 years of service in 2023. Members of council had the opportunity for a small reception to get to know some of the employees who've served this corporation and the citizens of the City of London over the past 25 years. I just want to say, in my opportunity to engage with some employees, just some tremendous stories over the years and things that I forgot. I mean, I was speaking with one of our friends from the IT area, and I said, "What was it like when you started?" And he said, "I started right before Y2K." And he's like, so starting during a pandemic is one thing, starting when everybody thought the world was going to end, maybe another thing. But tremendous stories of hope, resilience, challenge, making friends, making memories, but all at the same time serving the people of this great city. And so we will welcome them up, those who can be here today one at a time. The clerk is going to read the names, and then I'll present them with a certificate. We can pause so that many of the family members who are here today up above can, you can get a photo if you want, and we'll obviously take some down on the floor too. But let me also say, there are many people here who have served the corporation. There are many people here who served them in the audience today, their friends, their family, their loved ones, who may have made sacrifices over the years to let them do the jobs that they were going to do. I think of people who may have had to come in late, stay late, come in early, maybe miss a family event or two. During emergencies and emergency situations, those who work in those supports for those divisions drop everything, come into work to help others in our community. So let me also say, as we congratulate those who have served this community for that period of time, thank you to the families and loved ones who support them in their service to this community. I know that I appreciate everything that my family does for me to allow me to do the job, and I know you appreciate your loved ones. I hope you celebrate in their accomplishments today with them, and thanks again for everything you do to make this possible for them. And with that, we will start the proceedings. So I'll let the clerk take it away.
Thank you, Your Worship. From London Police Services, Bernard Scheid. From Enterprise Supports, Michelle Blackburn. Also from Enterprise Supports, Stephanie McCabe. Enterprise Supports, Jeanette McComb. Enterprise Supports, Dean Thompson. From Environment and Infrastructure, Karen Beavers. Also from Environment and Infrastructure, Pam McLennan. From Finance Supports, Annalisa Barbone. From Finance Supports, Ryan Crichton. From Neighborhood and Community-Wide Services, Samuel Diaz. Also from Neighborhood and Community-Wide Services, Justin Salt.
Oh, no?
Neighborhood and Community-Wide Services, Justin Thurgood. Planning and Economic Development, Kimberly Wood. And from Social and Health Development, Angela Haldane.
I want to say to Kim, we were just talking, you know, everybody's got stories in their career, but one of the things that Kim got to do was when we got our amazing amount of money from the Housing Accelerator Fund, Kim got to host the Prime Minister to give a tour through the beautiful Sylvan Street project, and we really appreciate everything you did on that. I know everybody's got a story, but that must be a kind of a cool thing to do in your 25th year to finally get that opportunity to engage in that. So again, everybody's got a story, everybody's got a contribution. Let's have a huge warm round of applause for our 25-year service employees. Now, you're all welcome to stick around for an exciting council meeting, but maybe you've got a lunch planned or something, so if you have to go, that's fine, but you're always more than welcome to stay. But thank you so much again. We appreciate it.
Yeah, I get to stay.
Okay, with recognitions completed, we have review of confidential matters to be considered in public. There are none, which moves us to council in closed session. There are 6 matters before us on the agenda as items to go into council for closed session. I'll look for a mover and a seconder for that. Moved by Councillor Cuddy, seconded by Councillor McAllister. We will open moving into closed session for voting.
I'll vote yes, Mayor.
Counselor Pelosi? Thank you. Closing the vote. Motion carries 14-0.
Okay, colleagues, we'll transition to Committee Room 5 for our in-camera session for our municipal council. Thank you. Please be seated. Could the colleagues joining online just confirm that they're back in this meeting for the clerk? Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, that completes council in closed session. We have the confirmation and signing of the minutes from previous meetings. We have the 14th meeting held on August 29th, 2023. I need a mover and a seconder for the minutes. Moved by Councillor Cuddy, seconded by Councillor Lehman. Any discussion on the minutes? Okay, seeing none, we'll open that for voting.
Councillor Van Meerbergen. Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
Okay, communications and petitions. There are a number of them related to a number of different items. The clerk has prepared a motion referring each of those to all of the relevant pieces of the agenda in those appropriate spots. I'd look, unless someone wants something dealt with separately, we can do those all together. I don't see anybody who wants to do that, so I'll look for someone to move that block. Councillor Pelosa, seconded by Councillor McAllister. Any discussion on moving those? Okay, seeing none, we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
All right, there are no motions for which notice was given, which means we're on to reports. We have 8.1, the 16th report of the Corporate Services Committee. I'll turn it over to Chair Lewis to present that report.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, with regard to the 16th report of the Corporate Services Committee, I have not been made aware of any items that individuals wish to be called separately. I will, however, note with regard to the item regarding the British Home Children Proclamation, there was a question raised at Council. Ms. Corman and I can confirm that we did reach out to the London constituent, and the proclamation does include her support for this to answer the committee's questions at the time. So there is a London sponsor for that proclamation.
Okay, so you're willing to move all of them, but does anybody want anything dealt with separately from the Corporate Services Committee? Okay, I don't see anybody needing anything separately, so you'll move the entire block, Chair. Any discussion on any of the matters that are before us now, all of them moved? Okay, seeing none, then we'll open the Corporate Services Committee report for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
Okay, 8.2, the 14th report of the Community and Protective Services Committee. I'll turn it over to Councillor Pelosa to present.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's a pleasure to put the 14th report of the Community and Protective Services Committee on the floor. But with item 5 being 4.1, the community and neighborhood safety and security concerns, options for agency staff, volunteers, and those accessing services, as Councillor McAllister has a small amendment for that one.
So 5 will be dealt with separately. Does anyone else want anything else separated from the 1 to 4 block? Go ahead, Councillor.
Okay, thank you. So the other remaining items, we did hold 2 public participation meetings. One which would remove a body rub parlor license and reduce the count in the city of London by 1. And the main one of the evening with the most participants were the vehicle for hire bylaw amendments information report. That was item 4. The key takeaways are that with committee is in 2024, the accessible vehicle taxi license fees will be waived. The City of London currently has 11 taxis that are accessible, and we're hoping to entice drivers to add to that fleet number. We're going to be increasing the age of the vehicle from the current 10-year cutoff limit to 12, and a report back coming from staff will look at an environmental scan of neighboring municipalities to see if there's any concerns in increasing that number to 15 years, as the industry is requesting that, noting that different vehicles come into their fleet at different ages, and sometimes older vehicles are actually in better service with lower kilometers than other ones. Thank you.
Any other comments on items 1 through 4? Go ahead, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I mentioned this at committee. This is regarding 8.23. I fully support the motion that's coming forward here and the sentiments that I read in the newspaper and on social media. We have a commitment to the safety of well-being in women and girls, and this is in alignment. And I just wondered, with the winter response under delegated authority, we funded a women's shelter that supports sex workers, and I just wanted, again, to just clarification as to what direction this council, or like, just confirmation, I guess, what is my question?
I have no, I don't understand what that has to do with the business licensing bylaw amendments for this particular location. That's another matter that you could talk about at committee, but it's not, this is a matter before us very specific to a license with a bylaw that the committee has made a recommendation on.
Yes, and it is pertinent to a strategic focus that we've chosen for the next 4 years as well, as a commitment to safety and well-being of women and girls. Listening to what London Abused Women's Centre made public comments regarding the risk that puts to women. I just wanted to, I guess, highlight that is a strategic focus item for council, and we need to make sure that all decisions and all funding decisions that we make is in alignment with that focus.
Okay. Councillor Hopkins, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I do have a question around 3.2, vehicles for hire bylaw amendments, information report that is coming back to us. I did not view the committee meeting, and maybe it was discussed. I could see there was a conversation to be had at committee, and directing staff for a report back. Given the need for accessibility taxis in our city, we only have 11. We most likely need twice that amount for a growing city. Just wondering what we can expect in the report back and when we can expect the report back.
Go ahead, Mr. Mathers.
Through your worship, so there was some changes to the recommendation that was brought forward, and we said we were comfortable with those changes. So it was extending the timeline from 10 years to 12 years. One of the other pieces that were requested was us to take a look at whether that could even be extended further to 15 years up to that. So we committed to bring back an analysis of the surrounding municipalities just to see if there's any municipalities offering that opportunity to people. So we'd also take back anything else that we heard at the meeting to bring forward some future options to support accessible taxi service in the future.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Yeah, and if I may, just to follow up, just expecting when this report comes back to us.
Just the expected timeline, general.
Yeah, through Chair. Through your worship. So expected timeline at this point would likely be Q1 of 2024.
The first quarter of 2024. Okay, that's all the speakers I have for items 1 through 4. It's moved by the chair. We will open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
Chair Pelosi.
Thank you. I will now put item 5, being 4.1, the community neighborhood safety and security concerns, options for agency staff, volunteers, and those accessing services on the floor. noting that it was a good conversation at committee discussing what needs to be done in the community, and noting that Councillor McAllister has a small amendment he would like to propose to Part C.
Okay, so the chair has put the item on the floor. Councilor McAllister, you're looking to speak, go ahead.
Thank you, and through you. This is in relation to item 4.1, clause C. In terms of changing the wording, it would read as the additional programs identified to support safety and security in hotspot service request areas, additional coordinated informed response programming, and street cleaning to be accommodated within the existing housing stability services. Budget be endorsed. In terms of the intention behind this amendment, recognizing the original intention of the motion, I don't think anyone would debate that Old Village has its challenges.
Before, Councillor,
yep.
You're moving it. I'm just going to get your seconder confirmation. Then you can make your debate case on it. Councillor Ferrer, you're willing to second? Okay, it's moved and seconded. This is an amendment to that piece. We'll get the language up on the screen so colleagues can read the amendment, but you can go ahead and make your case for the amendment now.
Okay, thank you. And again, through you, this is just recognizing that our coordinated informed response, which is very important, should be allocated according to hotspot service request areas. I do believe that we shouldn't limit ourselves. I do understand the challenges, specifically in Ward 4, but I do think that we shouldn't geographically limit the CIR response, and that's why I made that amendment. Thank you.
Okay, I can start a speaker's list for the amendment. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I agree with Councillor McAllister in that the CIR is a valued service and relevant for many areas of the city. This specific motion was addressing the security costs at 602 Queens, which meant you've got a social service agency that is attracting a large number of unhoused individuals, and then we're paying for security to not allow them on that property, which the taxpayers pay for, and have them go across Adelaide Street into the municipal parking lot. So the reason it was specified in Old East Village is because of this specific funding request around security. I had requested something to support to allow the security to happen there without the impacts directly across Adelaide Street. Given that the security is also for Hamilton Road, I'd be open to it saying Old East Village area and Hamilton Road, because the security that we're paying for is on both of those areas, and so the mitigating factors would be for both of those areas. So I'm wondering if Councillor McAllister would be open to that change so that we could keep it tight in terms of this additional CIR team. I am for expanding CIR tremendously when it comes to budget time for hotspot areas across the city, which will probably be relevant if the hubs are passed. But in this particular case, I'd like it to be specific to the mitigating factors to the security at London Cares.
Okay, other speakers on the amendment. Councillor Ferreira.
Thank you. And thank you for the councillor for Ward 1 for bringing this. I think the councillor of Ward 7 or Ward 4 said it. Hotspots is the word, which is why we thought it would be appropriate to use that type of language, because it's not just hotspots in Ward 1 or hotspots in Ward 4 or hotspots in Ward 13. It's hotspots citywide. So I worry, as I said at the committee meeting, about the flexibility and how that would be constrained for the CIR increased complement if they were only to be focusing on Old East Village or certain specific areas. Again, we say this again, but we got to vote on items before us for the city, for the citywide. So I would like to maybe ask some questions about the flexibility for the CIR complement to the deputy city manager. So I just wanted to know, would the flexibility be constrained for that extra complement if it was just focused on one area like Old East Village or an area in Old OEV or Ward 1? Or would it be more appropriate to use the word hotspot so the flexibility is not constrained for that complement when it's needed citywide?
So I'm not going to ask Mr. Dickens to talk about the appropriateness of your motion, but he can answer the other questions you've asked in relation to it.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. What was in the committee report was a direct reflection of the ask of civic administration to go out and look at options. If we were to create a dedicated additional complement CIR team, and it was focused specifically in that area surrounding that Woodfield, Old East Village area, we would want to make sure that that team is concentrated there to fully commit to what was in the staff report. That would mean that our ability to call on that team to go and address other urgent calls and urgent matters, they would not be at our disposal to do that. We would want to make the commitment to that area. The hot spots throughout the city, we do have a number of them. They span, I'm sure as you all know, because we receive your emails on them. They span across the city and across many wards, including 13, Ward 4, and the like 6, 13, and Ward 1 as well as the mover noted. So we do have a number of hotspots that do require a lot of our CIR time and attention. We also have areas that are more proactively addressed, more of a no-go zone or low no tolerance. And those are really densely populated public parks, public spaces, but it also includes private property. So essentially what we have is a CIR team right now that is being pulled across all corners of the city, responding to an increase in the number of service requests and to respond to an increase in the number of hotspots. Having a dedicated team will address the acute concerns identified in the Old East Village area, but it would limit us from being able to use that team to address the growing concerns throughout the city.
Thank you for that. So everyone has said the word here, hotspots, which I feel is the most appropriate. We don't want to limit the flexibility of an increased complement to one area of the city. We could find ourselves in a situation where we have that complement in that specific geographic location when the services are needed in other areas. So this is why I think we should be amending the language to change for hotspots. That's why I'm seconding this motion, and I'm hoping that we can pass it.
Okay, Councillor, you've already spoken to this matter. It's council. So, other speakers. Councillor Pribble, go ahead.
I agree with the proposed motion. The only thing is I want to make sure a couple of things. When we talk directly to this motion, I do agree that we should include the area of Ward 1 as well. And I don't know if the hotspots is the right word or if we just specified the areas directly influenced by this motion, by this area, by this initiative. But I did, even though staff and Mr. Dickens already mentioned it, I do want to reiterate that because of passing this motion, whichever we are going to use the words, that really the rest of the city is not going to be kind of overlooked by the CIR. That's the only things I want to make sure, and I just want to get a potentially another reassurance for Mr. Dickens that the other areas are not overlooked. As for this motion, I do think we should include the areas of Ward 1, not just to Hamilton Road, because again, you have streets, roads, east and west of Hamilton Road, mainly south and north. But bottom line is, if we can come up with the words, the affected areas, not just Hamilton Road and not just hotspots. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Dickens.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. Happy to take any, if there's clarification required on my part. So I believe the question was, if we were to concentrate this team on Old East Village, would we be able to still address the other hotspots? Is that correct? Okay, perfect. So yeah, so right now we have our CIR complement. What's proposed in this report is that we use one-time available funds to increase our CIR complement through until the end of March. That team that would be created through to the end of March would focus specifically on Old East Village. With or without that team, we would still have our existing CIR complement that is trying to respond to a number of those no-fly, no-go zones in terms of public sidewalks, roads, private property, as well as addressing the hotspots. What's been a challenge for us is that the number of service requests that have come through Service London have stretched what started as a very core area specific program years ago into a response that we're going out east of the Argyle area and west of the bog. So we're spread throughout the city. So again, we will maintain our existing CIR complement and try to address those service concerns and those call volumes. If we had an additional team, it would be through until the end of March with existing budget, focused specifically on Old East Village. To the earlier question around flexibility, we would not be using that team to help address those other call volumes.
Thank you very much for the detailed answer, and I'm very satisfied with the answer. Thank you, Mr. Dickens.
I think I saw Councillor Trosa. Did you have your hand up?
Thank you, and through the chair, I'm just trying to understand what the downside of using the term hotspot is, because it just seems to me, and correct me where I'm wrong, it just adds a certain amount of flexibility, understanding that circumstances often change and certain issues might emerge in certain areas, and this would just provide a little bit of extra flexibility. So I'm not sure why this is controversial, and if I'm missing something about the evil that will be done by putting in the word hotspot, I'd like to better understand what that is.
Councillor, I don't know if your question was rhetorical or you were actually asking it to someone. Like, so I just, sometimes there's debate where you ask a question, but you're not actually asking it to anyone.
I think that my answer would best be, my question would best be answered by person who raised the point. So yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Okay,
If that's possible.
I will allow it
Okay.
because you're asking a question and you're a councillor. What I'm not going to get into is like having someone then re-debate something. So I'll have Councillor Stevenson answer Councillor Trosa's question, and then I'll come back to you.
I'm finished.
If she's willing. We don't. Councillors don't have to answer other councillors' questions. That's up to them.
I'm simply asking the question, and I'm done.
Okay, thank you.
I am so willing, thank you. The reason why it matters here is what was asked was for us to fund 24/7 security at a particular location to keep the encampments and the tents and the unhoused off of that property. And what it resulted in is they shifted across Adelaide Street into the municipal parking lot. So my request here, which I really did everything I could to beg for in the committee, was the mitigating factor would be we would put a CRR team in that exact spot just to mitigate that funding request. So that's the reason why it was specified to Old East Village and not hotspots around the city, which is a whole nother business case.
Councillor Trosa, that was the answer to your question.
Just to say, the fact that people are moving around sort of leads me to think the hotspots is probably a good idea. But thank you for that information.
I have Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, I would be the last person to say that the Ward 4 councillor isn't the ground zero of hotspots right now. I think that is absolutely true of Old East Village at the moment. That said, I have had hotspots in Ward 2, and while I am not asking for that additional complement to be sent out to Ward 2 at this time either, I have been around and paying attention long enough to recall back in the before times, by which I mean pre-pandemic, when under a different leadership, London Police Services used to conduct blitzes in certain areas of the city targeting sex work. And the result of those blitzes meant that the problem would move from Old East Village to Hamilton Road. And then it would move, when the next blitz came to Hamilton Road, it would move out to Argyle. And then when the blitz came to Argyle, it would move back to the Old East Village. And that was the nature of essentially almost a game of whack-a-mole in terms of trying to enforce certain things that the London Police Service felt that they needed to do enforcement blitzes on. And so for me, from what I've heard from Mr. Dickens with regard to this being very specific to the OEV and that there wouldn't be added flexibility, my concern is that if we add staff and the hotspot moves from Old East Village into the downtown, which is quite possible, or over to Hamilton Road, which is quite possible, or out to Argyle, which would not be the first time it's happened, that we wouldn't have the flexibility to respond to that movement. So what I did want to ask through you, Chair, to Mr. Dickens in terms of the flexibility piece is if this team is going to be dedicated specifically to the OEV area and only working there, and I recognize that there is a value to team members coming to know individuals and perhaps be better to de-escalate them when they have an established trust relationship. But does that free up other components of the CIR to respond to concerns in other hotspot areas? Or in fact, will we continue to be deploying those as we typically are on a first come, first served basis, knowing that there's a ridiculous number of service requests right now? So I don't know if Mr. Dickens can indicate whether this would allow more flexibility for the standard CIR responses, or if it is really not going to change his answer previously in terms of the flexibility.
And Councillor, just because I see, I want you to be specific about what you're, sorry, let me stop your time. I want you to be specific because we have an amendment that is a change. It sounds to me like you're asking about the original motion, which helps you decide on the amendment, but I just want to make sure Mr. Dickens knows what you're asking about. You're asking about, is there flexibility if council proceeded with the committee's recommendation, not the amendment, right? Okay, I just wanted to be clear so that the answer you're getting is the question you're asking. Mr. Dickens, go ahead.
Through you, your worship, the way the CIR calls are handled and the request made through Service London is not necessarily a first come, first serve. So the flexibility notion is a really difficult one. So each call is triaged and evaluated to determine what needs an immediate response, be it the specific location that call is coming from or where that concern is specifically located. Some of the environmental factors that might be at play, such as a floodplain in terms of that location. So the flexibility that could be created by having the same team stay in the same area day in, day out is possible, but really we're responding to calls through a bit of a triage system. So it's not really if I have the same team here, that frees everybody else up in terms of outreach and roads crews and other CIR staff. We currently have extended our team of 4 municipal law enforcement officers to 6. What is proposed in the report is we would add 2 more to that complement to make it 8. So 2 would remain in that Old East Village dedicated service level, and we would have our 6, of which 2 are also temporary, to address those other hotspots. So we're trying to be as flexible in response as we can, but it's a triage system and each is evaluated on its own merit.
Okay, I appreciate that answer. I do understand what you're saying. It's not a first come, first serve because the triage level impacts what is first in terms of response. So I'm not sure if that leaves me any more confident in the original versus the proposed change, because I do support the idea of flexibility. But I also recognize that right now the biggest need is in OEV. So I guess I'm going to listen to what others have to say on this. I see the value of the flexibility in hotspots, but I know where the ground zero problem is right now. So trying to weigh those 2 considerations in my mind. Thank you.
Okay, other speakers to this. And Councillor McAllister, since you have the amendment on the floor, you also get to stand and join Councillor Pelosa until the amendment's dealt with. So just let you know. I have nobody else on the speakers list for this. Councillor Ferreira, you spoke to the amendment. Good try. Anybody who hasn't spoken? Okay, I see a question. So, Councillor, you don't get to ask a question. You are, as the mover at the end of the debate, allowed to reply, but your reply needs to be restricted to essentially explaining a material part of your speech or motion that may have been misquoted or misunderstood by members of council. So if it relates to that, I'll allow it, but technically you don't get to wrap up or anything like that. Oh, you had you had an answer to the question that the earlier counselor? Okay, that'll allow, but just don't get into debating twice on it. So what's the answer?
Sorry, could Councillor Trosso repeat his question that he had asked? Sorry, it's been a second.
The question about the reason about, yes. Councillor, you're Councillor, I don't want, I would prefer not to do that. That's like, that to me feels like debate again. If you feel like something that was said or asked is misunderstood about the intent of your motion, use the reply to explain that piece of the intent of your motion. That would be an appropriate use of your time at this point, given the procedure bylaws. So it sounds to me like you have additional information that may be related on a better understanding of your motion. So if you could stick to that pretty tightly, then I'll let you go ahead.
Yes, thank you, through you. Yes, it is just to add some clarity because it was raised, and it does speak to the councillor's earlier question in terms of it being tied to the two locations. To me, Horton Street is outside what I would deem the parameters of Aldi's Village, and as other councillors have indicated, those geographical boundaries is the issue that I have, because the services, as we've indicated, I do not believe are limited to Aldi's Village. And I do think that we have to have services directed according to the demand. And with the two addresses, Horton would directly impact Hamilton Road in my ward. That's all I wanted to add.
Okay, so that was the councillor's clarification through the rarely used reply piece at the end. With that, there's an amendment that's moved and seconded, and we've had debate. It's the amendment to change it from specifically Aldi's Village to hotspots. So that's what we're going to vote on. So I'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 8-7.
Okay, so I now need a mover for the as amended motion. Councillor Pelosa, willing to do it? Okay, as amended motion is now on the floor. So this is the exact same as the committee's report with the change of, oh, I need a seconder for an as amended motion. My apologies. Councillor Ferreira, go ahead. Okay, as amended, I don't have any other further speakers to the as amended motion. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you to my fellow committee members and to staff. I appreciated them taking the time to re-look at this situation, to come back with options. I was very pleased with the additional CIR team. It was greatly appreciated by Aldi's Village area. It is a delicate balance, this serving the people and at the same time making sure it's not at the expense of our businesses and our neighborhoods. And in the meantime, I really did appreciate the willingness to stop, pause the funding, re-look at things, come back with options. And I just wanted to say thank you to my colleagues and to city staff for that. It is very much appreciated.
Okay, I have no other speakers on the as amended motion, so we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 14-1.
Thank you, and that concludes the 14th report of the Community and Petition Services Committee.
Okay, next we have the report of the Civic Works Committee. I have Councillor Rahman.
Thank you, and through you. The committee met for the 13th meeting of Civic Works on September 12th. In front of you, you have the agenda package for that meeting. We dealt with items 2.1, 2.2, and 2.3 for consent. And we had an item for direction, 4.1, on the 9th report of the Integrated Transportation Community Advisory Committee. I'm looking to move items on the Civic Works agenda numbers. That's not, I hope it's not confusing, or maybe I should use the numbers in front of me, sorry. I'll look to move items 1, 2, 3, 4, and I did not have anyone pull any items for as of now, but I will check and see if anyone else.
Okay, so you want to just do 1 to 4? Or do you want
1, 4, and 6. I was going to do 1, 4, and 6, just to.
I'm looking at the, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the council agenda. Yeah. That's my.
Yeah, I haven't had any notification pull any items, so I'll do 1 to 5.
Okay, so that's the whole thing. Does anybody want anything from the Civic Works Committee dealt with separately? Nothing? Okay. Then the chair's moving the motion.
Thank you. Yes, I'm moving that motion.
Great. Any discussion for the Civic Works Committee report? Okay, seeing none, we can open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 15 to 0.
Thank you. That concludes my report.
Thank you very much. I have the 22nd report of the Strategic Priorities and Policy Committee meeting. I'll have Deputy Mayor Lewis present that report.
Thank you, Your Worship. If it looks like I'm sitting down momentarily, it's because my computer screen keeps going off, so I have to keep looking down to see what is happening there. But I am going to move the 22nd report of the Strategic Priorities and Policy Committee. I am going to pull item 10. That's the consideration of appointments to the London Hydro Board of Directors, as I know that was a divided vote, and I suspect there may be colleagues who wish to vote differently on that item. So I'm just going to pull that proactively. I'm not aware of any other items that require a separate vote, so I'm prepared to move 1 through 13, excluding 10.
Would anybody like anything else dealt with separately on that report? Right now, only the hydro appointments are dealt with separately. Okay, so you've moved the motion for 1 through 12 with the exclusion of 10. Any discussion or comments on any of those?
Just that it's 1 through 13.
Oh,
excluding 10.
Yes, that was my error. Sorry, I flipped to the regular agenda, not the added. So, okay, I do have a comment. So, Councillor Lehman, maybe you can take the chair.
I'll go to the mayor.
I just wanted to, and I said this at committee, but I wanted to repeat it here at council. London's approved Housing Accelerator Fund report outlining that tremendous opportunity for our city to take action on housing. I know even last night we had a debate about the work that we're doing on homelessness, and time again, we have the issue of affordability come up in that debate. And so the Housing Accelerator Fund is really a phenomenal opportunity of partnership between us and the federal government, much like we partnered on RHI projects and the many other funding streams at the provincial level, for us to make some of those gains on affordability. And I know everybody who participated on the staff side in pulling together that application quickly and accurately for council for approving it through our process, and then of course for all of the back and forth work to ensure that we had the opportunity for the Prime Minister of the country to make the announcement and us be very first in being announced for our Housing Accelerator Fund. You look at the ministers and the way he's going across the country now, using our submission as an example and trying to get other municipalities to be as aggressive on housing in their submissions as we were. This is going to be an opportunity for us to create more units in our city, more units that have general affordability, more units that have deep affordability, more partnerships, more opportunities to speed up our processes, more opportunities to bring housing to fruition quicker, opportunities to engage in new and innovative programs that we may not have tried before, like incentivization in transit corridors, working with our educational institution partners to ensure that there are places for students to live who are coming to our city. The Housing Accelerator Fund is a phenomenal opportunity to do that. And for me, one of the greatest things, having seen for years the types of federal funding and provincial funding programs come forward with tons of strings attached to them, the flexibility built into this program that although we have defined a framework that we work within, that we have some actual on-the-ground flexibility to shift the resources to where we're creating some units. Obviously, that'll be done in consultation with council, but we have a plan. It's a solid plan. But ultimately, our goal is to create more units than we otherwise would have with this. And I think we've got a great staff team, some great innovative thinkers who are going to really do some things that we know are tried and true and work very well in this city to deliver housing, but also improve some processes and try some new things and see if we can accelerate things even more. And all this will also support us in our commitment to be part of the province's desire to create 1.5 million homes. And I'll tell you, the way that the province announced the additional funding that may be made available for municipalities who exceed their annual provincial targets, having this money early on to get it deployed quickly puts us in a good position to potentially take advantage of going above and beyond our targets in certain years and maybe even getting more money from the province, which can only then accelerate our opportunity to create more housing. So I wanted to just say thank you to council, thank you to staff, thank you to the federal government for this partnership, and now the hard work starts about actually getting units created over the next 3 years, more than we did. So thank you very much for letting me say a few words on that.
I'll return the chair to the mayor.
Thank you. So we have everything except number 10. Go ahead, Councillor Trossau.
I think what you just said was just so valuable and important. I'd be remiss if I didn't add my kudos to the staff here. Through the chair, did I hear you correctly when you said that the Prime Minister is using our template with other jurisdictions?
I better turn the chair over to Councillor Lehman to answer a question. So.
Go ahead, Mayor.
Yes, what you can see if you look at what the minister's doing, he's posting similar letters to what he wrote to us. He is talking in other municipalities, I know because I'm getting the text from mayors from those municipalities, about the leadership that London took and saying, this is the direction London's going. We want you to be a little more bold than maybe your application that's been submitted. I know Mr. Mathers is probably hearing similar things from his colleagues. He's nodding. And so, yes, the answer is yes. We are being used as an example on how to be a little more aggressive than maybe the applications that came in. And I want to say, I also thank council for making some adjustments even in response to our application, which I think was a bold and needed move by this council to set that leadership role.
Could we get a little licensing fee from all the other jurisdictions that used your work? But seriously, the question I did want to ask in seriousness, I think that this gives us so much flexibility that is uncharacteristic from getting this kind of money. And we're going to have a lot of work to do in order to sort of live up to the expectation. But I just think that this was, the one thing that bothered me, if I may, is that there were press accounts of people saying, well, this was nothing new. This was an announcement that was made a long time ago. There was nothing new here. And there was something new here. Because to those of us in London, this is very significant. So for people who were saying this was just a photo op for funding, it was very significant to us here in London. And I hope that that point is made very strongly. Thank you.
And assuming no other questions will be coming to the mayor, I'll turn the chair back to the mayor.
Okay, any other speakers on the entire committee report? Except for number 10, of course. Okay, seeing none, we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
Thank you, colleagues, and through you, your worship, I'll now put item 10, the consideration of appointments to the London Hydro Board of Directors on the floor with the committee recommendation.
Okay, the chair has put the committee recommendation on the floor. I can look to any speakers for this matter. Councillor Stevenson, go ahead.
Thank you, and through the chair, I have a couple of questions. When the board did their recommendations, was there any conflict declared?
So, Counselor, I'm not sure I can answer your question, or that would be a question for, I think, London Hydro, since it was their process, and I don't have the answer to that off the top of my head.
I believe Councillor Rahman said she could answer the questions we had for the board. I don't know if she's willing to do that today.
I'll go to Councillor Rahman, but I will say I know Councillor Rahman has made that offer in the past. I do not believe if she's sitting as a counselor here, if she chooses to answer and provide information, as some counselors sitting as counselors do on behalf of their board, she can. There's no obligation for her to speak on behalf of the board if she's not the spokesperson, but I can go to her, but she is well within her rights to say, I don't speak on behalf of the board. So I'll see if Councillor Rahman has any information. But I just want to be very clear to colleagues. Colleagues who may serve on boards are not obligated to come here and speak on behalf of those boards.
Thank you, and through you. I have been asked this question previously when we first did the when we first looked at this, I think back in April. And at the time, and again, I don't speak on behalf of London Hydro, but no conflicts were declared.
Thank you.
Councillor Stevenson.
One other question possibly for Councillor Rahman, if she's willing to answer it, is that just did everyone vote, or was there any abstains or absence?
Your choice to answer, Councillor Rahman.
Thank you, and through you. I need more specifics. If she's, what exactly are you asking for? The interview process? The vote for recommendations? I'm trying to recall if yeah, there was no abstentions.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. This process and what has transpired through this process, I have some concerns about it. And it got me looking into London Hydro, and I noticed on the website it says that there's a single shareholder, which is the City of London, and the website says that basically all Londoners own London Hydro. So when I look now at the process where we have delegated to the board this process that they went through to bring forward recommendations and the strength with which those recommendations came, I'm just a little concerned about the governance there when the board, which is responsible for control and management, is then choosing its own board members, basically, and it doesn't have that independence. So I'm wondering if a resident even had a concern about the financial statements and maybe a policy choice that was made on a certain complex financial matter, do we know what the process would be for that person to bring that forward?
So Councillor, that's not the matter that's before us now. The matter before us is the appointments to the London Hydro Board of Directors. You kind of started your comments in that space. Asking questions about the way that citizens ask questions of the board is not within the confines of us appointing some board members. So the board becomes for us to refer reports. The board comes for us through the shareholders meeting. There are opportunities to engage with them at that point. We have made invitations to boards in the past to come and speak to us, but the recommendation from committee is specifically appointing these members, and so I don't want to move into a bunch of other questions about London Hydro. On the process, certainly those processes can be changed and modified in the way the council does stuff. As we've said in the past, irrespective of when we ask a board and commission to make a recommendation, as we have with Hydro or we have with London Community Middlesex Housing, it's up to us to decide whether we want to do that or not. It's up to us to decide whether we want to end that or not. But ultimately, all those recommendations come back for the full approval of council, which is why we have this motion before us today, because this is fully a decision that we can make any way we want. People can vote for it or against it. Doesn't matter who's recommended what. That is our our power and our decision-making that we have before us. So I don't want to get into questions of general nature of asking questions about London's hydro processes, because essentially we're here to do the appointments, and I want to keep it tight to that particular matter.
Yeah, and I understand that, and yet the appointment of the board members is all about corporate governance and financial governance and oversight. And so we, acting on behalf of all Londoners, are appointing people to a board to ensure the shareholders' best interests. And that's a big responsibility when we're the only shareholder. We're representing the entire city of London in their ownership of London Hydro. There's a small board that provides governance and oversight. And if that board's recommendations are more than recommendations, because in the first committee, we chose 2 people. One was recommended, one was not. It's important, I think, that council has the right to make the appointments. As you said, we can vote any way that we want. And the question that I asked is relevant in my vote, to know what is the proper procedure so that I can determine who I want to vote for, and if I'm happy with the appointments that are currently before council.
Okay, so it's rooted in your decision-making. Can you just let me know the question you're asking again, and I'll try to get the answer. If you needed to make a decision on the board appointees.
If there was a concern about the choices made around a complex financial reporting decision, what is the professional proper path for someone to take?
For council or for a member of the public?
No, for a member of the public.
I'm not an expert in corporate governance, so I don't know if Mr. Card has anything he can add about any processes. I know he's not the solicitor for London Hydro, but Mr. Card, I don't know if you have anything to add on that question. We may just not have the answer here today, but I'll see if you have anything that you can add.
Thank you, Your Worship. The London Hydro is subject to a rate review process periodically by the Ontario Energy Board. And in connection with its rate application, it does provide a considerable amount of financial information. So my suggestion would be that anyone who is interested in the finances of London Hydro, first of all, contact London Hydro to determine what information is already publicly available. And there is a considerable amount of it because it goes into the detail of how much we pay for electricity. So I think unlike many business corporations, LHI is required to undergo this kind of public scrutiny and approval for its rate application. So I hope that helps, Your Worship.
It does, thank you.
Thank you.
And through the chair, if the board was not responsive, would the next place be the shareholders?
I'll have Mr. Card answer this one, but I feel a little bit like we're getting away from the appointments, so I'll do this one, and then we'll move forward. Go ahead, Mr. Card.
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, London Hydro reports periodically to the shareholder, and in that meeting environment, members of council are able to ask questions of London Hydro about its financial performance, for example. I recommend that as the forum for those kinds of questions on the part of council. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I would like to make a motion to refer this to the next meeting.
Yes, a referral is a motion that can be in order at council. So I would need a seconder for the motion to refer. Can you just be specific about the meeting you'd like to refer to, just so it's not an open-ended referral?
The next SPPC.
So refer it back to SPPC, because we're at council now. So you don't want to refer it to another council, you want to refer it back to SPPC.
Yes, SPPC.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Okay, a referral of the appointments of London Hydro to SPPC moved by Councillor Stevenson, seconded by Councillor Trousseau. So I will start a new speakers list on the referral. Did you want to make your case for the referral now? I'm just reminding you to speak once. Yeah, or can I wait and do it at the end? You can wait if you'd like. The referral is on the floor, so I'll see who would like to speak to the referral. Councillor Hopkins, go ahead.
Yes, Your Worship, to the referral, I would like to know reasons why the referral. I heard from the councillor that she will be speaking to it at the end, so I'll just wait.
That's fine. Yes, the councillor is going to provide her comments later in the debate. She can jump in at any time she'd like, but we all get to speak once. So, it's your choice. I'm not going to. Okay, Councillor Trossau, you go ahead.
I'll try to answer this. In order for me to give a full response to this very good question, I believe I would need to refer to matters that came up in closed session, and I don't want to do that. So I feel as if that's a legitimate question. As the last question was about where would one go, I would have had a much fuller explanation for why that was a relevant question, but that again would involve talking about things that happened in closed session, which I'm not willing to do. So I feel as if I share the concerns, and I feel as if I'm at somewhat of a disadvantage in terms of laying them all out on the table right now. And I think I'm going to err on the side of not answering that question fuller in more detail. But I do think in my mind that I'm going to support the referral. Thank you.
Okay, other speakers? Councillor Frank, go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to put the question on this.
Okay, so yes, Councillor Frank, you meet all the requirements to put the question on this. So for colleagues, the question that will be before us is that the question now be put. The result of that is that the debate ends and we move immediately to a vote on the matter. It requires 2/3 of the members present to pass. So the clerk will let us know if that happens or not. And there's no debate, and you can't amend it. And so, we will consider that motion now. So given this is a typical motion, is there a seconder for the putting the question? There is. Councillor Pelosa. Okay, so that motion is prepared, and we will open it for voting.
Your Worship, question. We are voting for the deferral, or?
You're voting to end debate. So if you say yes, debate is over, and we go immediately to the vote after, that's all we're voting on right now.
Closing the vote. Motion carried, 11-4.
Okay, so the motion to put the question is successful, which means we will now immediately move to the vote for the matter that is before us on the floor. The debate is over, and we'll open that for voting. This is, oh, sorry, I will clarify so people know. The question's been put on the referral. So this is the question of referring this, right? Not on the appointments, the question to refer this to a future SPPC. That is the matter which we are voting on now.
Closing the vote. Motion fails, 4-11.
Okay, so the referral motion has failed. Okay, so the main motion is on the floor about the appointments, which is the SPPC's committee recommendation that the Deputy Mayor put on the floor. I'll take speakers to that. So, Councillor, with the utmost respect and in conference with the clerk, you spoke to the motion, asked a number of questions, then you moved the referral. And so once you've spoken to the matter and taken an action, you don't get to speak to it again and then make multiple motions. So I'm going to, and you can challenge the chair, I'm going to rule that you have spoken to the matter, so you can't make an additional amendment now, as per the procedure bylaw under 9.8. Okay, the councillor would like to challenge the chair's ruling that she's already spoken to this matter. Okay, we're going to get up the challenge to the chair motion. People know what my ruling is. It's fairly clear. The councillor's challenging it. So the effect of that is if you, just 1 second, I get the wording from the procedure bylaw. Okay, so the question before us will be, shall the ruling of the chair be sustained? If you vote yes, you support my ruling that Councillor Stevenson has already spoken and she will not get to speak again. If you vote no, my ruling is overturned. The effect of that will be Councillor Stevenson can speak again and introduce the amendment. Right. Okay, so we'll open that for voting. Yes, so the way the wording is worded is shall the ruling of the chair be sustained, which means if you vote yes, you agree with my ruling. If you vote no, then you disagree with it.
Closing the vote, motion carries 11-4.
So my ruling is sustained. The councillor has spoken. I'll go to others on the speakers list who have not spoken yet. Any other speakers? Okay, seeing none, then we're back to the original committee recommendation for approval. There's no other speakers. This is on the appointments to the London Hydro Board. We'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 12-3.
I think that concludes the report, Deputy Mayor.
That does conclude the 22nd report of SPPC.
Okay, let me, just as I flip through my agenda, let me just make just a comment for colleagues procedurally. I want you to know, I honestly never take any offense to the challenging the chair. In fact, if you feel like I've made a ruling that you haven't, you be welcome to challenge that. It is a decision-making mechanism in our procedure bylaw. Sometimes you have to make a call based on the bylaw. Council has the ability to disagree with that, and that's the mechanism we go through. But I want people to know I openly welcome that when you feel that there's a different ruling that should be made, and I take no offense, nor I think should anybody chairing at any time do so. It is a right and a procedure to help us move through the decision-making process. The next report is the 14th report of the Planning and Environment Committee. I'll turn it over to Chair Lehman.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be presenting the 14th report of the Planning Environment Committee. We will be pulling number 8 regarding 1515 Trossachs Ave. I've had no other requests for anything else to be pulled.
Would anybody like anything else pulled? Okay, seeing none, so you'll make a
I will
motion.
put the entire report on the floor excluding number 8.
Okay, any comments or discussion on those items? Go ahead.
Thank you. Just a very quick comment on 8.56, which is 447 Ashland Ave. The area is so looking forward to some development happening in that old McCormick property. So we're celebrating this moving forward, looking forward to the rest of it as soon as possible. But this is a great news for this area, great news for the seniors who are looking forward to that new long-term care. So thanks to staff, this is good news.
Any other speakers to the items that are before us? Okay, seeing none, we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
Council Lehman, go ahead.
Thank you. I'll put number 8, 3.4, 1515 Trossachs Ave on the floor now.
Okay, that's put on the floor, Councillor. Is this the one that has the, go ahead, Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. This is a zoning application for landfill development in the area. I didn't support it at council just because I felt very strongly that the amenity space and the bay lay-by was important to the development, and it was taken off in the recommendation. We heard loud and clear from the public the need for more parking in the area. That was one of the reasons for the change in the amendment. So I would like to add a friendly amendment to that amendment to request, and this is going through a site plan process, and obviously we cannot direct staff what to do through the site plan process, but we have requested that they look at reducing the amenity space and to allow for more parking on the ground floor. But there's also underground parking in the plan as well, and my amendment to the recommendation is to look at underground parking for increasing parking space, just adding that to the recommendation. So I'm hoping council can support it. You know, it was a difficult conversation to have for me because as we intensify, we need extra space outside, but we heard loud and clear from the community that parking is needed in this site as well. And I would encourage that we also look at underground parking. There is a plan, and to review it through the site plan process. I'm hoping my colleagues can support that as well.
Okay, so thank you, Councillor, for submitting some language on that. I'll look to see if there's a seconder for Councillor Hopkins' amendment. Sorry, Councillor Frank, yes? Okay, so that's moved and seconded. We'll get that up on the screen. And just because I don't think you said the exact wording of the amendment, I might just have the clerk read out. I might just have you do it. Just
Your
read
Worship,
out.
I do have it here.
Oh, you do? Can you read out just the exact wording? Of the amendment?
So the amendment is to add a II to the changes in the recommendation, increase capacity in the underground parking, just directing or requesting staff to look at it through the site plan process.
Okay, any debate or discussion on that? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, I won't be supporting this amendment. I don't want to, frankly, ask staff to put in more time and energy onto a recommendation that they've already brought forward, where we know that the underground, and where we actually at Planning Committee removed a referral to the Site Plan Approval Authority because we are at capacity here, and we know, this is no secret to anyone around this horseshoe, that if you're going to ask for the addition of underground parking, it is at a considerable cost to the applicant. It will decrease affordability, and ultimately at the site plan approval process, when it's requested to consider, they can simply say we can't do it. So we're asking staff to put in work on whether or not underground parking could potentially be increased, when we've already heard from the developer that that is a no. And we heard that at committee. So I'm not going to ask staff to do work over again that they've already done, even through the site plan process.
Any other speakers? Councillor Lehman, go ahead.
Yeah, just to give some context here, we were presented with a development where there's a certain number of spots allocated, less than a 1-to-1 ratio for each unit. There was thought that we should take surface parking away to provide more green space. We heard from the gallery and from residents, especially those that lived right beside this development that had a townhouse complex with which parking, many spaces apart, their parking that their concern was if there's not enough parking at this, people will just be parking in their spots over there. And they did use one example of the engineers that were there working on the property actually did park in that townhouse development. And as far as green space, just a short on the other side of that condo development or townhouse development, there's a park. I think what we have to do when we're doing all this infill, and we have these PPMs, we got to be, I think, aware of what people are telling us and do what we can. We're pushing infill. We all get we need more housing, but it does impact neighborhoods. So we have to listen closely and take what they say seriously and under serious consideration. So that was the thought process behind maintaining the surface parking. I understand where Councillor Hopkins is going here, but I agree with the Deputy Mayor. Underground parking is extremely expensive. Even though it's just a consideration, it's extra staff time to do this, so I cannot support the amendment.
Councillor Pribble, go ahead.
Thank you. As a ward councillor, I did speak to the neighbors in both north and west of the area who do own townhouses, and we will have challenges there in terms of the private lanes and restrictions to parking, and they do have a concern that the new residents at this development will be parked there. But on the other hand, if I look at the city, and as it was said here, in terms of the infill, the number of units and affordable units, and certainly additional underground parking would increase the price of the units, and we need to deliver these units to be affordable as much as possible. We do have in the other areas of London, we have approved ratio that's even lower than the one that's proposed here. And I do plan still to meet with the developer and talk about potential opportunities for additional parking. But the only things I would agree on now to maximize the ground level parking spots, but not in terms of going any more in the underground unless the developer would tell me that he can still make it affordable as the proposal is on the table. So I just want to, I will not be supporting it either. Thank you.
Any other speakers? Councillor Hopkins, I think you moved the amendment, but happy to take your rationale for your amendment now.
Yes, and I would also like to respond to a comment that was made here as well.
Okay, would you like to do that at the end of the debate and kind of the reply phase? Like, wait, I can wait to make sure everybody's done?
I wasn't sure if we were going to be
I don't have any other
taking
speakers,
any
so it
more
might be,
speakers.
unless someone else wants to speak, Councillor Hopkins is looking to speak last. Okay, go ahead, Councillor.
Yeah, I think we're all on the same page here with this amendment that we want to look at having availability for parking within this development. And I would really encourage my colleagues, or maybe remind my colleagues that this is a request. It hasn't gone through the site plan process. It is not going to be extra work. From what I understand, I have spoken to staff about looking at the plan that already exists. Can they move it? Can they shift it around? That is going to be done through the site plan process. We heard loud and clear from the public that there is a need for extra parking. That's why we're taking away amenity space. But to look at a parking plan that already exists, we're not directing staff, we're just requesting them to look at it. So I would encourage my colleagues to support the added, the addition to looking at having more available parking for this development.
Okay, that's all the people I have in the debate. You've already spoken, Councillor Provo, sorry. You've already spoken. That's it. So we're gonna open this for voting if there's no other speakers. This is on the amendment. This is Councillor Hopkins' amendment. It's seconded by Councillor Frank. We'll open that.
Counselor Van Meerbergen. Closing the vote. Motion fails 7-8.
Okay, so we're back to the original motion that Councillor Lehman put on the floor. Go ahead.
Yeah, I will again put that on the floor.
I guess you didn't need to again because there was no change to it. Any other discussion on this matter? Okay, seeing none, we'll open the committee's recommendation for voting.
Counselor Stevenson, Counselor Frank. Closing the vote, motion carries 14-1.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you. That concludes the 14th report. And today we get two for the price of one. One of those fun times when there's two planning committee meetings in the same cycle. So I will now put 8.6, the 15th report of the Planning and Environment Committee on the floor. I've had a request to pull number 6 regarding 3274 Wonderland Road South, and nothing other than that, Chair.
Councillor Trosaf.
I'm sorry.
Could I just ask a quick question about 3?
Yes, let me just see if anybody else wants to pull anything. When it's on the floor, you could ask that question. If you're looking to change it, I'd suggest just to pull it separately. So if it's just a question. Okay. So does anybody want anything dealt with separately other than what Councillor Lehman said? Go ahead, Councillor Hopkins.
I did, 3.2, I did support it, but I didn't support the other motion to it, so I should pull it then, just to be consistent with my voting.
Okay, you'd like to vote on 3.2, the Piccadilly Street separate? Okay, sure. Okay, that looks like it leaves 1, 2, 4, 5, and 7. Is that correct, Councillor, that you want to move? Oh, and 8, sorry.
That's correct. All the items except for 3 and 6.
Okay, perfect. So that's moved by the chair. Any debate or discussion? Councillor, yours got pulled, Trosaf, so you've got a chance to do that later because Councillor Hopkins pulled out number 3. I think the Piccadilly one was you wanted to comment on? Yeah, not yet. So I just wanted to make sure that was the one. Okay, so we've got 1, 2, 4, 5, 7, and 8 on the floor. Any comments on those? Councillor Rahman, go ahead.
Thank you, and through you, my comments are related to item 7, 3.6, 1364 to 1408 Hyde Park Road. There was some communication shared and actually following up almost nicely related to parking on this property. Just wondering if there was a response to the sender of that, and perhaps I could reiterate concerns over the lack of parking associated with this site. In the
Mr. Mathers,
civic
or
proposal.
Pass it off to whoever you think is appropriate.
Through your worship, so just wanted to confirm it's related to the Hyde Park application. So there hasn't been any change from the decision that committee had made related to it. So don't have anything else to report on that parcel.
Thank you, and through. So just to clarify, there was some communication shared, just concerns from residents around the parking on site and what they see as potentially inadequate amount of parking pertaining to the fact that we mentioned in the report as well that there's limited transit to this area and concerns that there would be some challenges. And I know that, you know, where we are in this process right now is just the zoning, but do you see that being something that the community can provide feedback on elsewhere?
So, Mr. Mathers, go ahead.
Absolutely, through your worship. So if there is any direction to the site plan approval authority that council would like to provide, then this would be the opportunity to do it, because the next part of the planning would not have a public participation component, so that would be the place to do it.
So the site plan is associated with this, so any information that the council would like to direct the approval authority from a site plan perspective to consider, now would be the time to make that consideration. So, and if you're looking to do that, Councillor, what I might suggest is we might want to deal with this one separately if that's the direction you're going.
Thank you, and through you, yes, I will. I'll look to deal with this separately then, thank you.
Yes, and okay, so Councillor Lehman, we're going to have 7 dealt with separately too. Let's try to deal with the ones that we all agree with, or not necessarily agree with, but want to vote on as a block. So that's now 1, 2, 4, 5, and 8. Correct? Okay. So
That's right.
The chair has moved those. Any discussion on those? Okay, we're going to open that for voting.
Motion carries 15-0.
Chair Lehman.
Number 3 regarding 176 Piccadilly Street on the floor.
Okay, 176 Piccadilly Street is on the floor. I'm looking for comments on that. Councillor Trossau.
Excuse me. Through the chair, it's my understanding that this is an example of a property that has become so dilapidated that it was removed from that is being removed from the register. I want to make sure I'm on the right item. Is that correct?
I can ask the chair and you can go to staff if you want. Okay. Go ahead.
Yes, through your worship, that's correct.
So I guess my question, how does a property get to the point where it is so dilapidated and in such bad condition and in such substantial violation of building codes and safety codes that it has to be removed from the register? What guidelines does the city have in effect to make sure that adequate inspections are being done so this does not happen? Because the community sees this as demolition by neglect, and it's just not being tolerated. So how does it get to this point?
Mr. Mathers, you can take a stab at that. Go
Absolutely, through your worship. So this property is on the register, but it's not designated. If it was designated, there would be more of an ability to do that, but because it wasn't at that stage in the process, then those actions wouldn't be taken.
Councillor?
Through the chair, putting aside the question of whether it's designated or on the register or not on the register, it's a property in the City of London. How does a property in the City of London get to the point where it is so dilapidated that it is not being properly inspected and properly cited? Why do we let it get that far?
Mr. Mathers.
Through your worship, so this property, like any other property in London, really would be covered under our property standards bylaw. So for the most part, that is driven by complaints and not through a proactive means. So if we would have received a complaint, then we would have gone and investigated, and there possibly could be some action, but in this case, that didn't happen.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Would the dilapidations be such that a person could visibly see them from the street?
Mr. Mathers.
Through your worship, so it could be either from the street, or if it was someone living in the building or associated with like a neighbor, they could also put forward a complaint, and then we would investigate it.
Councillor Trossau.
What I'm looking for here is probably a policy change. Because if I'm being told that this is complaint driven, Well, have there been complaints over the years?
Mr. Mathers.
Through your worship, I don't have that in hand at this point, so I can't provide that at this time.
What would be the proper, if that's an important question to me, what would be the proper way of getting that information before we vote on this? Could I ask this be put over? Because I think that's a really important question.
I think if you're looking for that information, at this point, you would need to likely refer it because staff does not have that. If staff, I'm going to go to Mr. Mathers. Is this something that is quick to look up, or is this something that essentially requires a referral?
Through your worship, so it would take a matter of, I'd say at least 20 minutes for me to be able to find that answer for you, so at least that amount of time.
Could we come back to this then? After what the other counselors have to say? Because I want to know if there were complaints. And if so, how they were dealt with.
Give me 1 second, Counselor. Colleagues, as the chair, I'm going to try to be as helpful as I can. So, Councillor, procedurally, you can move an item to later in the agenda. There's a process for that. I would say, too, we've also been meeting for 2 hours and 40 minutes. There are some snacks. We could also take a break. At this point, I was pretty close to suggesting that anyways, depending on how much longer the agenda is going to go. I don't know if that would be enough time for staff, and I also don't like to take away their break. Sorry, Mr. Mathers, but so there's really two options before us. It's not, we've taken a break in the middle of an item before. If we do that, I'd suggest nobody talk about the item as we normally caution, but those are the two options before us. So the councillor could suggest to move it later in the agenda, and I'd get the exact wording on that. But also, I think we're pretty close to, depending on how much longer the meeting is, to take a recess for a little bit. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, I'd like to make the motion that we take a break.
Give me
20 minutes?
25, maybe 20 minutes with a little wind flexibility. Not 10, the staff need 20 minutes to look, yeah. So the Councillor Stevenson is suggesting a 20-minute break. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Cuddy. Okay, we're going to do this by hand. All those in favor? Okay, now all those opposed?
That motion carries.
Okay, 4 o'clock is the return. Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, planning report. Councillor Trosa, you've used 1 minute and 57 seconds of your time. There was a question you asked of Mr. Mathers, and I think he's ready for an answer.
Through your worship, thanks for the extra time. So this property has actually been on the vacant building list since 2019. So to get on that list, it's a property that's either been flagged through a complaint or through our fire prevention staff. With that process, it requires a monthly visit to the site by the fire prevention staff. And then if there's any issues related from a bylaw perspective or for a life safety perspective, then the city staff are brought in. So from the bylaw perspective, there was actually an order against the property in 2022 that wasn't addressed. So there's now a lien on the property in relation to it. It wasn't life safety related. It was for the most part related to some of the aesthetics of the building through a property standards bylaw. But that's some of the background of what's happened on this property.
Through the chair, excuse me. And please stop me if I'm getting too far afield from this item and maybe need to put a different item on a different agenda. In your view, does the current bylaw regime adequately protect the public from demolition, from neglect, or do we need to make changes to the bylaw, or could this be changed by more proactive enforcement practice?
That is getting a little bit outside. It's also an opinion of our staff, like that's something we can decide. Mr. Mathers, you could provide any context you want, but I don't, if you have some information that's helpful, but you may not be able to answer it in the way it was exactly asked. Your microphone, Councillor.
Through your worship, I think when we look at the result of what's happened at this property, it shows that it's very difficult for cities or even through our fire partners to be able to deal with some of these issues. Whether that's something that we can do as a municipality or whether that's something that is in or having a private citizen being able to comply with what we're requesting, then maybe that's a part of the component of the problem. If there's a council's perspective to do a review of our framework, and that's something that we could carry through, but there would be limitations as far as what we actually could possibly do, just from a legislative perspective, but very much open to any comments or direction from council.
And I would say, Councillor, the direction piece is probably best handled at a committee with the discussion and bringing forward a letter and a motion and a perspective. So I think you're asking it in the context of this property, making your thinking.
One more question about this property, and then I'm going to take your advice and bring it up at a different.
Thank you.
At a different meeting. Wouldn't the city have, through the chair, wouldn't the city have, once there are code violations, wouldn't the city have the power to go in and make those improvements and bill the owner at some point?
Mr. Mathers.
Through your worship, I'm not completely familiar with all of the aspects of it. I do know that where we'd start from would be providing an order to the property owner to undertake those actions before the city would get involved. However, in this case of this property, we didn't get any indication that there was an issue from a building code perspective through those monthly inspections.
Okay, well, thank you very much, and I'll leave this matter for today and just maybe raise this broader question at some point in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. I have Councillor Hopkins next.
Yeah, I just want to say that there is being pointed out that no action be taken with respect to a communication that we received from a resident. I just want to acknowledge I did not support this at committee.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship. I want to take an opportunity to speak to this briefly, and I think that I would encourage Councillor Trussow as well to reach out to Mr. Katolik, because I believe from my own experience in my ward that while we can do exterior things like cut the grass, any entrance into a property actually requires a court order for our MLEOs to have the authority to do that, which is a much more significant time frame. It's something that I experienced not with anything listed on the registry, but with a property in my ward that took 18 months to have a resolution through the courts before our MLEOs could execute any further action on that. So I want to share that so that it's a discussion that can be pursued with the appropriate folks in bylaw and the enforcement branch of our city. But I do want to speak specifically to this recommendation to remove this property from the registry. I think it's important to note that this was brought by the community for consideration of the registry back in 2020, and as a result of the condition of the property, our staff have brought forward the recommendation to remove. But when you look at the summary of the evaluation criteria for heritage designation, and we received a number of communications saying that this property should have been designated, and it's only not being designated because it's in poor repair. But that, in fact, is not the case. Under the criteria, the property has design value or physical value because it's rare, unique, or representative. No. The property has design value or physical value because it displays a high degree of craftsmanship or artistic merit. No. The high historical value because it demonstrates a high degree of technical or scientific achievement. No. I could read all 9 of the criteria on the list. It met 1 of 9 criteria. We have properties that meet 2, 3 even, that are still up for our consideration that we have chosen not to designate as a council. So to only meet 1 and to receive a number of communications that are saying and I actually had an engagement on social media with a constituent who said, oh, you're removing the heritage designation. No, it never had a heritage designation. It was requested to be evaluated for its heritage value, and the evaluation was complete. It was provided to the Planning and Environment Committee. It only met 1 of the 9 criteria, and we supported the staff's recommendation to remove it from the registry. It doesn't need any further evaluation. It doesn't meet the criteria to warrant designation. So I really encourage committee to support, or council to support the committee's recommendation and move forward with removing this so that we can get this property cleaned up, and if it's a demolition and replacement, that's what it'll be. That's because it's not a heritage property.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lehman.
Thank you. I was going to say those things that the Deputy Mayor touched on because there is some miscommunication out there that it is heritage property that has just fallen into neglect, and so therefore we have to get around the heritage rules and take it down, or the owner. He did talk about how it was considered for heritage designation, and it didn't meet the criteria. In fact, legislatively, it didn't, because a property is required to meet 2 or more of the criteria that the Deputy Mayor referred to merit designation. There's Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. So I just want to make sure that the information out there to the public is not that we're going around looking for heritage buildings to take down. This was not a heritage building. It was in on a list as a potential to be a heritage building. It didn't meet the criteria according to the Ontario Heritage Act. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear for council in this question.
Councillor Cuddy.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. On a personal note, I walk by this building 4 times a week, and I have for the past 3 years. And it has been in horrendous condition for the past 3 years. And I'm quite surprised that it's taken so long to come here for a demolition permit, because, and it meets, listening to the Deputy Mayor and from the little that I know about designation, I can truly tell you that it does not meet any of the requirements, but it is a hazard. And it's a hazard that I think needs to be removed. Thank you.
Okay, I don't have any other speakers. The chair has put the committee's recommendation on the floor, so we're going to open that for voting.
Councillor Pelosi votes yes.
Counselor Ferreira?
Counselor Ferreira votes yes.
Closing the vote, motion carries 14-1.
Chair Lehman.
Thank you. I will now put 6 on the floor regarding 3234 to 3274 Wonderland Road South. I would also like to highlight that we do have a small housekeeping amendment on this item as well.
Okay, so Counselor, it's on the floor, and if you're looking for the housekeeping amendment, Counselor Frank, go ahead.
Thank you, yes. Do you need a motion for the housekeeping amendment? So I'd like to move the housekeeping amendment as well as I circulated an amendment in advance of the meeting, just in regards to meeting the minimum and exceeding the minimum of tree planting requirements, as well as further investigating the ability for low impact development features on the site. And I'm happy to speak to it after I potentially have a seconder.
We usually do the housekeeping technical amendments separately, the ones that might require debate. So why don't you do your amendment, and then I'll have the housekeeping one cleaned up afterwards. Okay, so Councillor Frank circulated an amendment. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Hopkins is willing to second. We'll get the language on the screen. And then you haven't spoken yet, but if you'd like to use your speaking time right at the start to provide rationale, that would be up to you. So
Sure.
go ahead.
Yeah, would love to. So as was discussed at PEC, this location is introducing 504 parking spaces. Some are being allocated to the immediate business that will be moving into the facility, but others are just being put in advance of the area. So realizing we have a climate emergency action plan and we are trying to improve our biodiversity targets, and recognizing that the Southwest area plan is all commercial, and so most of that corridor is entirely paved with asphalt, with parking lots that are majority of the time widely empty. I regularly go to a yoga class down there, and except for the week leading up to Christmas and Boxing Day, those parking lots are, I'd say, 30% full. Recognizing all of that, I did not think I'd be successful in asking for less parking, but at the same time, I would really like to see some of the impacts of a sea of asphalt being mitigated, and knowing that trees provide shade. If you ever go to a parking lot and you notice there's one tree, all the cars are parked around it because no one wants to go back into their hot car, as well as providing all the benefits that trees offer us. And then on top of that, knowing that seas of asphalt also create stormwater issues, so investigating the ability to include low-impact development features in this site would be a good step forward, which is why I circulated those two amendments. So I'm happy to answer any questions if people have, but hoping to seek your support in trying to make the best of this space.
Okay, I'll move to continue the speakers on the amendment. Just want to make sure. Okay, so it's up on the screen, so if colleagues need to read it, it's on the screen. So I'll give you a chance because there's a lot to it, and I know you didn't read it out perfectly. Oh, yes. Can you highlight the actual additions if you look at the way it's in eScribe? And then what I would like you to do, only because the public can't see what you circulated before, is if you could read out the exact changes that you've added. You don't have to read the whole thing that was already contained there, but just the exact changes that you've added.
Yes, my pleasure. So to reiterate, the only addition part that I'm including, as council can see it, is VII and VIII. The rest has already been approved by PEC, and I bumped down the last bullet point because I was including a strong group similar things. So my specific language is VII, exceeding the minimum I'd have to delete sorry, grammatically, but exceeding the minimum tree planting requirements, and further investigate the ability to install low-impact development-led features within the site, and that's in relation to advising site plan authority. So they would be speaking with the developer on that. And as well, my understanding is they're not currently meeting the minimum, so that is why I hope that they would at least exceed the minimum tree planting requirements.
Okay, so that's been read out. I'll just make sure colleagues have seen that. So although it reads as C be amended, there's really just the two additions to that, and that's VII and VIII. Just so colleagues are clear. Okay, any debate on this? Councillor Hopkins, go ahead.
Yeah, if I may, Your Worship, I am pleased to second this. I know when we put in massive parking lots like this application has, even though Tesla themselves are only requiring up to around 200 or so parking spaces, the application is looking at 504 to be approved. That's a massive amount of concrete in this area. And when we put in our own community centers, we always put in low impact development and really look at softening the hard surfaces. So I really think, you know, that I'm not sure why we would want to do less in this area that is calling for so much asphalt in the area. So to at least do the minimum or above would definitely be encouraged as we deal with the many challenges of water runoff and the vastness of just concrete. I think this would add to the development. So I would encourage committee to support it.
Okay, any other, Deputy Mayor Lewis?
Thank you, Your Worship, and I'll be brief on this. Unlike the prior application, I'm going to support this one because for me, there is a key difference. We're not talking about residential parking spaces, we're talking about commercial parking spaces, and we're talking about a development that actually has multiple phases. So there is time for the applicant to actually work with our staff as they look at where phase 2 comes online and additional developments on the site in the long term to adjust things as they go. This isn't going to stop them from getting shovels in the ground once the approval's in place. Phase 1 can still go ahead. They can look to accommodate these requests, and I always appreciate when councillors do their homework and circulate their amendments in advance. I know I was giving Councillor Frank a little bit of a hard time about that earlier today, but I appreciate that she sent that around to us before the meeting started. And I think that where we can have low impact drainage opportunities, that's always a benefit too. So I can support this one, and hopefully in working with our staff, the applicants can find a way to incorporate a little more of that into their plan.
Okay, that's all the speakers I have. Everybody online? Okay, so.
No.
Oh, Councillor Van Meerbergen? Sorry, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. No, this really is a great news story, not only for London, but Western Ontario, because as some of us know, Tesla owners have to drive to Kitchener to have their vehicles serviced, and nobody else can service them because it will void the warranty. So this will be a regional hub for all of Western Ontario. It's a great economic story for London, and the fact that Tesla has chosen London. So it's win-win-win all up and down. It's somewhat ironic when I hear a climate change argument for this development, when we're talking about the very electric cars that will work towards reducing not only exhaust, but carbon emissions. And so we have the very substance of what is designed to fight climate change, and yet somehow it turns into a climate change argument for the bad to have this dealership, a few trees notwithstanding. So the bottom line here is it's a great news story. I will not support the amendment, and I think we should all celebrate the fact that they've chosen London as their regional hub. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, that's all the speakers I have. There's no wrap up. If there's a reply to anything that was misunderstood or about your comments that you made. Okay, yes, you have the right to reply. If it's the end of the debate, I'm going to make sure that you're replying to something that was perhaps a misunderstanding in the statements you made and the rationale for your change. Go ahead.
Thank you, yes. I'd like to echo my appreciation of Councillor Van Meerberg's comments, because I think that what I'm proposing meets both of those. You can plant trees and have electric vehicles. Both things are good for climate change at the same time. But I love to hear how passionate Councillor Van Meerberg is about climate change, so thank you.
Okay, thank you. That exhausted the speakers list, so we're going to open this for voting. This is on the amendment that Councillor Frank is bringing forward.
Councillor Ferreira votes yes.
Councillor Pelosi?
Councillor Pelosi votes yes. Sorry, eScribe wasn't loading.
Closing the vote, motion carries 13-2.
Okay, so I need a mover and a seconder for the as amended motion. You go, so the chair will move it. Councillor Hopkins, you're willing to second as amended? Okay, as amended. Any other discussion? So now we need to make the housekeeping amendment before I vote on that. So Councillor Lehman, do you just want to put that on the floor as the chair?
Yeah, so this is regarding clause 3.5. The rationale is the previously considered bylaw inadvertently missed the percentage of the portion of primary street-facing building facade along Wonderland South occupied by public entrances and window openings within the first 4 meters, 13.1 feet of building height minimum. The amendment sheet is before you, so I will move that.
I needed a seconder for the amendment. Councillor Cuddy. Okay, any discussion on this amendment? Okay, see none, so we'll vote on the amendment. I'll open that for voting.
Councillor Pelosi votes yes.
Councillor Ferreira votes yes.
If you're talking about the seconder, it's getting fixed. Oh, yes? Councillor Frank, the vote is open, but if you have a...
Sorry, is this, because I know this happened before and then we had to redo it, but is this the accurate change? I just don't see the notice of like 4% or like the language. I'm not sure if it matches, but I could be wrong.
So the motion on the screen refers to an attached bylaw that you won't see on the screen, but that's where the changes are. So it should be okay.
Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
Okay, now I need another as amended. Councillor Lehman is willing to move as amended again.
So I'll move the item number 6 as with the 2 amendments moved or passed. I'll move that.
Yeah, seconder for that. Anyone? Second? Councillor Stevenson's willing to second. Okay, so this is the as amended now twice motion. I don't see any other speakers, so we'll open the as amended motion for voting.
As does Councillor Pelosi votes yes.
Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
Okay, Chair Lehman.
Thank you, and I'll put number 7 regarding 1364-1408 Hyde Park Road on the floor.
So that's on the floor. Councillor Rahman, I believe you wanted that separate. Go ahead.
Thank you, and through you. So I'm looking to amend item CI to include an increase to parking on site. And I'm sorry I didn't circulate this ahead of time, but doing it based on some communication that's come in recently and again today on this matter and the concern around the amount of parking. Considering that there's the possibility that, well, considering that this application is looking at affordable housing in an area that does not have a lot of transit access, that's a concern. And I think being that the tenant profiles have not been completed yet, I think it is important to consider that during the site plan process as well.
So, Councillor, before I look for a seconder.
Sorry, I should have said it.
That's okay. Given there's bylaws attached to this, I just need to check with staff to see if this is a change of some sort of, I need to understand the effect of the change and whether we need to change both the motion and parts of the bylaw, or whether it's just a part of the motion.
Through your worship, there's no changes to the bylaw. It would just, as long as it's ingrained in the resolution, and then we provide that advice to the approval authority.
Okay, so given we don't have to change the bylaws, I'm going to let the suggested amendment stand. We're going to get the language up so people can see it. I'll look to see if there's a seconder for that particular change. Councillor Cuddy's willing to second. Okay, we're just going to make sure we get the language right, and we can have some discussion debate on this while we're getting the language right. But I'm not going to open the vote until everybody's read the language. Make sure the mover's okay with it. Make sure staff it actually is functional and does the purpose of what the councillor's intending before we proceed with the vote. So, Councillor, I don't know if you want to provide your rationale now or if you want to wait till later in the debate. Yeah, it's seconded. So you're ahead. You can go ahead and make make your case.
Thank you, and through you. So what's been shared is concern over the number of parking spots that are being proposed at this location. And I know that during the consultation, there was discussion about 59 to 132 at the time. And then since then, the numbers come back around to 59. So concern around things like when in the neighborhood that there could be impacts with lots of vehicles on the roads because of lack of parking at the location. So I hear where residents are going with that and trying to mitigate any concerns before they occur. Also concerns about during the winter having to leave some spaces for snow removal and things like that. So just wanted to provide that rationale for the motion.
Okay, and we have the language up now. It's the part that is providing, under the part that is providing direction to the site plan approval authority. So that's just direction to the site plan approval authority for consideration. Moved and seconded. Everybody read it. I'll open the speakers list now on this particular amendment. Deputy Mayor Lewis, go ahead.
Thank you, Worship. So through you, I saw some of the communications that came through. So through you to our staff, and I think this is probably more for Mr. Dickens than for our planning staff, references to tenant profiles in the communications we received. First of all, I would say I think when we look at zoning, we don't see tenant profiles because we don't make zoning decisions based on who may live there. But I'm wondering if Mr. Dickens can comment about where in the process tenant placement agreements or target tenant populations are typically identified when the Municipal Housing Division or other proponents, potentially third-party housing providers, are looking to advance a project. And again, I'm not sure which staff member might want to comment. I feel like it's maybe Mr. Dickens, but if anybody else has some thoughts, I'd appreciate hearing those.
My question, Deputy Mayor, is the councillor suggesting just an amendment right now to increase the on-site parking. So I don't know if that's linked to the on-site parking.
The reference was tenant profiles aren't completed, so more on-site parking might be needed. So okay. That's where that linkage is.
That is the link I needed. So Mr. Whoever's going to answer that, I see like 3 people. Mr. Peters.
Through your worship, and I'll let Kevin jump in if he'd like to. So with it, this is actually going to be a city-led development. So we're still looking at what the next portion of this would look like, but the timing of when we'd actually be looking at like the populations or the use of the facility would be following the zoning being approved, and then looking at the site plan and actually designing the building as it stands. So that would allow us to then, once we have that understanding, then, and we're working through site plan, that's why this advice being to the site plan approval authority would be helpful for them if we are looking at additional parking. They'd also be able to assess the need based on the populations that would be using the facility at the same time. So this would be the appropriate place to place it if it's something that there is a concern about the amount of parking on the property.
Mr. Dickens, do you have anything to add?
Through you, your worship, I would just echo those sentiments. For example, the Sylvan Street property that is under construction, those conversations and negotiations are going on right now around tenant selection and tenant placement. And if it was a very specific purpose-built type, let's say highly supportive housing, we may know a broader sense or more defined sense of the tenant selection process based on the specific housing type. That wouldn't necessarily apply here.
Deputy Mayor.
So I'll follow up to that then. Just the municipalities leading this. It's intended to be, and correct me if I'm wrong, but a mixed development in terms of a mix of incomes, a mix of building types. So we may see some 80% AMR, we may see some RGI, we may see some supportive housing. Is that correct? Are we going to see a mix of various levels of affordability? And will that include some market rent units in this development as well? Through you to staff.
Through your worship. So as far as us and where we're at in the process right now, we're trying to establish the zoning and how many units we think would be applicable for this property. We are still coming up with a plan for what this might look like in the future. It would likely be, as suggested, a mix of different uses. We're at this point not sure if there'll be market rent units in this location, but that we are open to that if it allows for a greater affordability and possibly even working with some partners from the community if they're willing to take that on, knowing that there might be opportunities for it to be self-subsidizing. So we haven't got to that point yet, but all of those options are on the table currently.
So final question through to our staff. As you work through those options, and I know we're going through a similar process at 1958 Duluth in Ward 2, but as partnerships potentially arise or as partnerships become apparent that we cannot establish for various reasons, at that point, do you need consideration for additional parking space if you are not changing perhaps the density, but you are looking at a different mix of tenants? Do you need that in there, or is that something that you would adapt to on the fly regardless?
Through your worship. So we do have the parking minimums that are in effect. We can increase as long as we're still aligning with the overall zoning bylaw and the minimum. So we can course correct at that time and really base it on what the need would be at the time of the site plan coming forward.
Okay, thank you. That's a very helpful answer to my question, because if we have the parking minimums right now, then I'm not prepared to ask the site plan authority to consider additional parking. I would argue that, and we've heard it on other applications, we heard it even last night with regard to a hub location. I think every place in the city thinks that they're underserviced by transit. But that's a transit discussion. That's not an increase the parking spots discussion for me, so I will not be supporting the addition.
Any other speakers? Who? Oh, Councilor Lehman. I thought you were pointing to someone. My apologies. Go ahead. Let's point to you. Go ahead.
With respect to Deputy Mayor, I have a little different take on it. From my understanding is that parking here sounds like it's been in flux depending on the usage. You know, and the counselor is asking for an increase of parking on site in the development. So I think it's a bit of a direction of where her constituents land on this. So in this particular case, I do look for the ward councillor. The councillor spends time consulting with her constituents, which I don't have time to do. In this particular case, if it was in my ward, I'd be doing the same thing. So at certain times when I listen to the ward councillor, and I'll support where she wants to go on this.
Any other speakers? So we've got the amendment moved and seconded. That's what's on the floor. We'll open that for voting.
Councilor Ferreira?
Councilor Ferreira votes no.
Closing the vote, motion carries 8-7.
Okay, so I need a mover for the as amended motion.
I'll move that.
Okay, moved by the chair, seconded by Deputy Mayor Lewis. Any discussion on the as amended motion now? Okay, seeing none, we'll open that for voting.
Councilor Ferreira votes no.
Yes, this is the approval of the development with the change. I was just asked about that, so this is not any more amendments. This is the amendment's been made. Now this is everything, everything that was recommended plus the amendment that was passed.
Closing the vote, motion carries 13-2.
Councillor Lehman?
Thank you. That concludes the 15th report of the Planning Environment Committee.
Okay, thank you. That moves on to the added reports. We have the 13th report of council in closed session. I'll say he volunteered, but I'll use air quotes around that. Councillor Pribble has volunteered to read out the report for in council in closed session. I'll just ask, after you read out that report, I'd ask if you would just report progress on all the other matters that we went into camera for.
12th report of the council in the closed session, and there was one point and property acquisition 1241 Wellington Road, Wellington Gateway project, that on the recommendation of the deputy city manager, finance supports, with the concurrence of the director, construction infrastructure services, on the advice of the director, realty services, with respect to the property located at 1241 Wellington Road South, further described as Lot 4, Plan 880, Geographic Township of Westminster in the City of London, County of Middlesex, being all of PIN 08485-0016 LT, Part Block ARP 653, and Part Lot 24, Concession 2 designated as Part 1 on Plan 33R-11797, Geographic Township of Westminster in the City of London, County of Middlesex, being all of PIN 08485-0198 LT, containing an area of approximately 23,958 square feet, as shown on the location map as Appendix B, for the purpose of future road improvements to accommodate the Wellington Gateway project, the following actions be taken. A, the offer submitted by Cenovus Energy, the vendor, to sell the subject property to the city for the sum of $852,000 be accepted, subject to the terms and conditions as set out in the agreement as Appendix C. And B, the financing for this acquisition be approved as set out in the source of financing report here too as Appendix A. And in addition, I would like to report that progress has been made in all points.
Thank you. So and you're presenting your report, so you get to stay standing, Councillor Pribble. So that's moved by Councillor Pribble. The report reported out of council in closed session. I'll look for any discussion on that matter. Okay, seeing none, we'll open this for voting.
Councilor Pereira votes yes.
Councillor Frank, Councillor Van Meerbergen. Councillor Van Meerbergen. Third time, Councillor Van Meerbergen. Mark absent. Closing the vote. Motion carries 14-0.
Thank you, Councillor Pribble. Deferred matters, we have no deferred matters. Inquiries, I don't think there are any inquiries that anybody notified me of. No? Okay. Emergent motions, there are none. Bylaws. Currently we have all of the bylaws with the exception, I'm not sure if Councillor Van Meerbergen will return, but just in case, I'm going to keep 365, which is the added bylaw, separate because I know that was his desire. Oh, he's back. So Councillor Van Meerbergen, I'm going to do 365 separate. That's the Wellington Gateway bylaw. Right now, I'm going to do everything else together unless colleagues would like something dealt with separately. Councillor Hopkins, what would you like?
Yeah, if you can pull 360.
360, yes. Anything else? Councillor Stevenson?
Thank you. If you could pull 343 for London Hydro.
Okay, any further ones separate? Okay, I don't see any, so just give us a second to get everything with the exception of 343, 360, and 365. If someone's looking to pull something, now's the time. 360 separate. You're good? Okay. Okay. The motion we're putting together is all the bylaws with the exception of 343, 360, and 365. That's London Hydro appointments, the 1515 Trosax Ave, and the Wellington Gateway. Those will all be dealt with separately. Everything else is in. I'll look for a mover for all of that. Van Meerbergen, or Councillor Van Meerbergen, yes? Are you looking to move? Yeah, okay. Moved by Councillor Van Meerbergen, seconded by Councillor Cuddy. First reading has no debate, so we'll open that for voting.
Councilor yes.
Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
Okay, a mover and a seconder for second reading. Councillor Hopkins, seconded by Councillor Lehman. Any debate on second reading? Seeing none, we'll open second reading for voting.
Councilor Pereira votes yes.
Councillor Rahman. Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
Move in a second or third reading of that group. Councillor McAllister, second by Councillor Stevenson. Third reading has no debate, so we'll open that for voting.
Councilor Ferrero votes yes.
Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
Okay, next we'll do 343, the London Hydro item. I'll look for a mover and a seconder for first reading of that bill. Moved by Councillor Rahman, seconded by Councillor Cuddy. We'll open that for voting as soon as it's ready.
Councilor Ferrero votes yes.
Closing the vote, motion carries 12-3.
Second reading, mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Rahman, seconded by Councillor Lehman. Any debate? Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I'm just going to take the opportunity to say what I was prevented from saying earlier, in that even the prevention of speaking, that I get that it's allowed, but it doesn't feel very collegial to prevent me from saying why I wanted to bring forward a motion. And all of this is just playing into the fact that there's some kind of pressure here. I'm not sure what it is. The open director positions are not even needing to be filled till January 1st, 2024. I just checked. So I don't know what the rush is. I don't know what the pressure is. I don't know what the resistance is around looking at what are very apparent concerns to me. So as I don't have my designation anymore, but I do feel an ethical responsibility to look into this further. I will be bringing forward some kind of motion to review the process of governance around this. And I do think there should be a willingness for open and transparent appointment process here and a due diligence on behalf of the shareholders, which is all of the London's residents, to put in a really great corporate governance structure. And I think that should be the expectation.
Councillor Trossau.
I just want to adopt the comments from Councillor Stevenson. I think she stated it very well. And that's all I'm going to say. Thank you.
Any other speakers on second reading? Okay, seeing none, we'll open that for voting.
Councillor Ferreira. Councillor Ferreira. Marking Councillor Ferreira absent. Closing the vote, motion carries 11-3.
And third reading of the same bill, I'll look for a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Cuddy, seconded by Councillor Rahman. We will open third reading for voting as soon as it's ready.
Closing the vote, motion carries 11-3.
Okay, now we're on to Bill 360, which is the 1515 Trossachs Ave bill. I'll look for a mover and a seconder for that bylaw. Moved by Councillor Stevenson, seconded by Councillor Pribble. We'll open first reading for voting as soon as it's ready.
Closing the vote, motion carries 13-1.
Second reading, I'll need a mover and a seconder for second reading of that. Councillor Cuddy, seconded by Councillor Brahman. You guys are battling it out. This is second reading. Is there any debate on this? Okay, seeing none, we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 13-1.
And third and final reading of Bill 360, moved by, everybody wants to stay. That's why no one wants to move. There, now everybody's going. Councillor Cuddy and seconded by Councillor Lehman. We'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 13-1.
Okay, and now we're on the added bylaw 365, which is related to the report that Councillor Pribble read out related to land purchase for the Wellington Gateway project. I'll need a mover and a seconder for that. Councillor Rahman, seconded by Councillor Frank. We'll open first reading for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 13-1.
All right, second reading of Bill 365, moved by Councillor Hopkins, seconded by Deputy Mayor Lewis. Any debate on second reading? Seeing none, we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 13-1.
Okay, third and final reading of Bill 365, moved by Councillor Hopkins, seconded by Councillor Lehman. We'll open third reading for voting as soon as it's ready.
Closing the vote, motion carries 13-1.
With that, we've completed the bills. Before I ask for a motion to adjourn, I just want to thank my colleagues for inspiring me to continue to keep up on my procedures and reading of the procedural bylaw. I know you keep me on my toes on that, and I appreciate that you give me a little bit of time to confer with the clerks on those matters. As always, I appreciate the debate and the dialogue we had today. I'll look for a motion to adjourn. Moved by Councillor Stevenson, seconded by Councillor Cuddy. We'll do this by hand. All those in favor?
The motion carries.
Thank you very much. We're adjourned.